Whoa. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm back. Hopefully, you are all having a good day. I'm also having a good one. So, yeah, what's going on? I don't know. Let's check the news real quick. What is it? The overlay voice detection isn't going to work for like a few minutes. I forgot to load it up because, I don't know. It's been a couple days and I'm already like disoriented on how to stream apparently. So yeah, what's up? We're back. Welcome back. Um, yeah, what's going on? Whoa. Uh, what am I looking at? So yeah, what happened last time was Sunday. We played Terraria. We did really good. Um, we killed. Yeah, Sunday was when we killed Plantera, and then we killed the Golem, and so now we're like starting to face the sort of end bosses and stuff. But we'll worry about that probably later today. Um, yes, hello, Broly. Blender 5. I got that. I have it installed. Oh, that's actually something that I did want to do. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm a bit disoriented, or a bit, I don't know. Um, I don't have anything in mind or anything scheduled in my head. So yeah, what's going on? So yeah, I was planning on streaming yesterday, but the reason why I didn't stream yesterday was because uh my sister came back from a trip, and so I just spent the day spending time with her. So yeah, that's what happened. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. Um, but we're back today, even though what is it? Today is technically Godot Wednesday. Um, it's been 2 weeks since the last one. It is a bi-weekly thing, as I said before. So we'll see. We'll see how today goes. Cause I don't know. I was thinking of what we could even do today. Um, in Godot, because there's a few things that I was working on, but I kind of put them on pause because I started working on the sort of like winter overlay. But then also these things that I'm working on also can sort of help out with that. So we're gonna work on it a bit. Get assets from Fab. Well, they updated it. New Fab, new Fab assets. What am I looking at? So yeah. Um, let's see. Okay, there it is. Now it's working. Um, so yeah, I have a couple of videos that I saved. There's one talking by Southern Shoddy, talking about Blender 5.0. There is also a video by Harry Blends who does like the geometry node videos. We could take a look at that as well. Um, we could probably do that now, even though like technically we're not going to touch Blender today. Maybe it depends. It depends how the Godot sort of part of the stream goes. Because what is it? I said before, I could always fall back to Blender if I like run out of things to do, or if I don't like feel particularly motivated, or I'm stuck with something. We could bounce around a bit. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do the environment of the overlay TBH because I don't want to like I don't know. I feel like I struggle a lot with environment. I don't know how to like make things look nice or make things look I don't know. Right now obviously it's very simple. It's just the sort of green background and the sort of center that's supposed to be the water. Um but yeah, I'm not too sure what I want to add to it. I have a few ideas, especially for the winter time. Um, yeah. Wait, hold on. What am I doing? Oh shit! I accidentally. Whatever. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Mm, but yeah, what was I gonna say? I very briefly did get onto Blender and checked out like I just like basically loaded up Blender 5.0. The UI looks very nice. I kind of like it. They made like the sort of menus like a bit more like a bubble thing. They're doing like they have like more rounded edges, um, which looks pretty interesting. TPH. Well, actually, kind of like a weird random benefit. So obviously, as I said before, I ended up wiping my C drive because my boot ups were really slow. And you know, it's been years and I've accumulated a lot of like useless junk that I've like used once, didn't delete, stuff like that. So I saved the stuff that I cared about and wiped my C drive. But one thing that I didn't save because I was foolish and a bit maybe like I did it like the day I decided like the day of that I was gonna wipe it, so I didn't really like have a lot of time to think about it. I lost my add-ons, basically, is what I'm trying to say. My Blender add-ons, and one of the add-ons that I lost was the Machine Tools add-on, which um I use like the very basic functions of it, tbh, but the issue was that I didn't know which account I got it on, because before it was free, and now you have to pay for it. Um, and I found out yesterday because of an email talking about Machine Tools 3 that I got it with a specific email, but I never made an account with that email, which is why I was confused when I was looking through Gumroad, and I used the email I'm using right now and then the previous email, and that one didn't have an account, which was confusing. But I was able to actually get access to the add-on now. It didn't work at first, so I actually had to reach out to support, but I got it. And I haven't actually been able to like test it out because what is it? The version I was using was like a very old version that I think was like, I forgot where it was. I believe I was on their GitHub or something, but I think it was like version like point 0.9, and the version that I had, or the version that I got now, is like version 1 point something. So it's like a much, and also it was giving me errors every time I tried to save. It would just like pop up like a random error. The saving worked, so I didn't really care too much about it, but it was still a bit odd, a bit strange. Yeah, yeah. The issue, yeah, you're right. The issue was obviously, oops. Oh, you know what? I actually do like this environment. Cause yeah, what is it? The issue with the environment was that like I obviously don't want to make it like too realistic. I want it to be a bit cartoonish, like all the goblin and all the characters like that. But this is actually works out. This looks really good. I like it. All right, I'll keep that. I'll keep that in my back pocket then. We'll take a look at that and how to maybe we'll see. But anyway, the thing that I was working on before I started stream today was I'm trying to figure out what's the right word for it. I'm trying to figure out retargeting because what is it? I obviously want all my goblins to sort of, because they share the same skeleton in Blender, I want them all to sort of be able to play the same animations. Now, obviously, I'm having issues with that, and one of the issues, obviously, the fact that the goblin is not humanoid, so I have to make like my own bone map, and I tried to do that today, um, and I'm not too sure if I know how it works. I tried looking up what is it, the skeleton profile, because that's how you make your own bone maps and stuff like that. Um, I tried to look up if anyone was making like custom ones and stuff like that, but I wasn't able to find anything like that. So at the moment, I'm going into it a bit blind when it comes to that sort of thing. Hello, Zotic, how are you? And I was trying to figure it out earlier today, literally right before I started stream. And so I'm probably going to continue with that. Um, I don't know if the animation. I don't know. I do need to look at the animation tree, but I think what is it? The animations don't even work right now with the retargeting. Like I'm trying to figure out the whole retargeting thing, and then once I figure that out, then obviously I could use the animation tree, unless I'm like not understanding it right, and the animation tree is the solution. But as far as I know, they have to have the same bone maps for animation transferring to even work. I'm doing well too. I'm doing good, Zoltic. Well, actually, before we start, I did say that we're going to watch the Blender 5.0 updates, the video from Southern Shoddy where they go over all the features. I kind of already watched a video like this, but we'll see what he says about this in this video. And I also want to watch the geometry node one because even though I don't use geometry nodes, um, at the moment, I would like to still look at what kind of things they added because it's still good to know about these kinds of things. Yeah, it came out yesterday, I believe. Because what is it? I was planning on streaming yesterday. And I think like at some point in the morning it came out, and I was able to pick it up. All right, so let me put that up. Hold on. And yeah, I guess today we could also try to figure out the issue with why big messages for some reason don't shrink sometimes. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. It's a bit like inconsistent, TBH. Um I don't know why. It's very odd, but I guess we'll see. Hold on. Let me put this video on screen. What is it? Retarget part of ministry. Think of it with 1,000 playable characters. I don't want to animate. Oh, this is no. Yeah, I mean I know that, but I mean like the whole retargeting thing deals with like the import process. I already have some like very. I think I mean they're like broken. I need to like go ahead and fix them. But I do have some animations that I'm like trying to test it out with. It's just the whole retargeting thing. There's like no, not even like in the documentation. There's nothing where I could like sort of find making your own sort of like bone map. And so I'm trying to figure it out on my own. As far as I'm aware, maybe I'm just like bad at looking for things on that regard. But anyway, here we go. Southern Shoddy 5.0 features in less than 10 minutes. Southern Shoddy. You never reach your target? I feel like you do, don't you? Alright, let's take a look at this. I want to hear what's up, what's new. But yeah, like I said, Blender does look pretty good. Um, from what I've seen. From what I've seen very briefly loading it up yesterday. I like it. I like the new look. So yeah, anyway, let us listen. We'll see. I'll check in a minute. Or I'll show off what I have at the moment in a moment.
If you haven't heard, Blender 5.0 is here, and as you can imagine, with a big number change like that, there are a ton of features packed into this new update, and in this video, we're going to go through all of them. There's new options for geometry nodes, color management, animation, and more. Let's dive in and take a look. One of the biggest updates this time around is on geometry nodes with bundles and closers. Bundles let you combine multiple inputs into one structured data type. Think of them like folders for your node data. You can combine, separate, and join bundles, even override values, making complex setups a lot cleaner. And with closers, we can inject small node subtrees into other node groups, reusable, modular logic without having to duplicate a ton of nodes. What this essentially means is we can now make more complex node trees and save them and share them in a much easier manner. If you like the effects you're seeing here, you can download them from my dynamic visual effects path in the description below. Thanks to the overhaul of geometry nodes, we actually now have new geometry node space modifiers included by default. These include the new array modifier, which is a reworked version of the array that allows you to distribute copies along a line, circle, or curve with gizmos with random offsets and rotations. We have the scatter on surface, which is instances on objects across a mesh with texture or attribute-driven density maps. We have instance on elements, which allows you to place instances on points, edges, faces, or more. We have randomized instances now, which injects random transforms, scales, or rotations into existing instances. We have the curve to tube, which turns any curve into a cylindrical mesh with a custom profile, automatic UV mapping, and round capped options. We also have the geometry input modifier, which pulls the final
Crazy that
geometry
it took
from
this
another
long to add
object
round
into your
caps.
stack, useful for referencing
TBH
meshes or
for the
talked-about
curve.
workflows. One of the most talked about new features is the fact that we now have ACES color management support. I did an entire video on this, bringing Blender closer to industry standard effects. On the note of color management, we also have full HDR and wide gamut support, per project working color spaces, and the compositor now has a convert to display node.
With AI,
You can create any character you want in seconds.
this
Oops.
used to require huge
Add.
This is the perfect segue to talk about our video sponsor, Storyblocks. which gives you unlimited downloads of high quality stock video, textures, music, sound effects, and
I'm
more.
gonna skip the
Known
ad.
for how they have great visual effects footage that can really save you time on simulation renders. A lot of incredible backgrounds that can be great
Wait,
for
is it still the
filling
ad?
horizons, or sky textures in videos, great for adding some realism to your
Maybe not. I don't
environments.
know.
But I also wanted to highlight the fact that
Oh, wait,
they
no,
have
it
a
is.
great selection of templates
It's
if
fine.
you use other
We'll
creative
continue.
software, making it easier to create things like title sequences, transitions, and more. They also have a great selection of music if you're looking to add some mood to some of your renders. Now, their library is created by real artists, so everything feels authentic and blends naturally into 3D scenes. And because it's unlimited, I can test and experiment freely without worrying about extra cost, which honestly just makes the whole creative process a lot more fun. If you'd like to take advantage of this amazing resource and get started with unlimited stock media, now be packed directly into your file while staying linked. This means that your shot or scene won't break into your
Wait, hold
directly
on.
into your. Check out the link in the description below. Assets linked from other libraries can now be packed directly into your file while staying linked. This means that your shot or scene won't break until the original library disappears. Blender now supports large buffers, meaning that you can store gigantic meshes with hundreds of millions of verts. The lattice has a new operator called lattice deform selected, which autofits a lattice around selected objects to deform them instantly. You can now create and manipulate true volumetric grids, SDFs, and density grids directly inside of geometry nodes. This comes with a whole host of new nodes like Mesh to SDF Grid, Points to SDF Grid, and many more. And on that note, there were also various stability fixes around multi-res and sculpt mode when working with subdivisions and dynamic topology. Brush color handling has also been updated with the new color management system, making it so that your painted textures will appear more accurate. We have a new conformed base option in the multi-resolution modifier, and we also have new pixel art brushes. The compositor received several
Oh.
updates, one thing being the compositor node trees are now saved as data blocks, meaning you can import them and reuse them across scenes. Probably the biggest feature is that we have asset shelf effects. The compositor now includes a small asset shelf with built-in node templates that you can drag and
That's
drop
pretty good.
onto your
I like
compositing
that.
scene. This includes things like chromatic variation, film grain, sensor noise, vignettes, sepia modes, split toning, and more. And a lot of nodes got updates, including the displace node, the split node, the alpha over node. The new glare node now features a sunbeams option. There's a new convolve node. Transform nodes now support extend, repeat, and mirror boundaries. The file output node now has a redesigned UI, making it easier to use. You can create drop-down style inputs right inside your node groups. Lens distortion, Z combine, depth combine, color balance, color correction nodes all saw small updates as well. Shape key saw a big update with a new option to make basis. This turns any active shape key into the basis without reordering. Join as shapes and update from objects include flip versions that auto swap when you have .L and R naming conventions. Shape keys also now allow you to alt drag edits across selected shape keys like a.
Wait, what? Sorry. I didn't understand what he meant by that. Hold on.
This turns any active shape key into the basis without reordering. Join as shapes and update from objects include flip versions that auto swap when you have .L and R naming conventions. Shape keys also now allow you to alt drag edits across selected shape keys like a multi-edit mode. We have new path variables for the path template settings. You may not know, but Blender can actually compress your saved files, and now this option is on by default. UV editing saw quite a few updates. Sync selection is now on by default and allows selecting individual UVs without affecting connected verts. All UV maps now share a single selection, so no more per map selections, and new operators have been added, including pack to custom region, align min-max, arrange and align islands, and move UVs on an axis with the numpad. The viewer node can now display any data type, including numbers, vectors, bundles, and more, not just geometry. The UV tangent node now gives you proper tangents for shading and baking, and also includes a fast mode that's up to 4 times faster. There's also the new Pack UV Islands, which adds a shape method dropdown for better UV packing within geometry nodes. We have the Essentials library, which adds ready-made node groups for common tasks plus matching modifier presets. Now, a ton of nodes got other very small updates, but these are the major ones. If you want to see the list of everything changed, check out the link in the description below. Texture painting and masking tools are both more responsive now thanks to viewport and GPU optimizations. Cycles now supports Nano VDB, which drastically reduces memory usage. We've seen some rendering improvements. Subsurface scattering now has a more accurate method with multiple light balances. We now have physically based thin film iridescence, and we have a volume rendering overhaul. with a new null scattering algorithm. I can't believe I'm finally saying this, but adaptive subdivision is officially out of experimental, and it has a new option called object space edge length, which is great for keeping consistent detail when instancing. There's also a new render times pass, which visualizes which areas of your frame take longest to render. This is great for optimizing your scenes. Optics denoiser quality has been improved. Use tiling option is now gone because it is always enabled internally. Eevee had several small but notable improvements, including HDR viewport rendering, view layer overrides, cleaner curve rendering, and faster light probe and instancing workflows. The video sequence editor continues to get love with a new sequencer scene workflow allowing you to have multiple edits per project. Scene strips now synchronize with the time of the main timeline. Scenes can be marked as assets and dragged into the asset browser. An awesome new modifier to add full compositing node trees to any strip is included. A new slip tool lets you shift footage timing visually, and then small updates were made to redesign the modifier UI, improve the audio, have performance boost, and fix some of the tooling. There's a new geometry attribute constraint for rigging, and this is a new constraint that drives an object's bone or transform directly from a geometry attribute. This is great for things like procedural animation or motion-driven rigs. One of Blender's best free add-ons included was Copy Global Transform. Now no add-on is required. This feature is built right into Blender's core. We've seen UI improvements with all animation editors, Dopesheet, Graph, NLA, and more now having consistent playback controls. Timeline now hides the empty channels region by default for a cleaner layout. There's now a skeleton in the human-based mesh bundle. Physics got
Skeleton?
a new point cache compression system called ZSTD. OBJ, FBX, USD, and all the other import-export formats have seen updates across the board to support new features and be more proficient. Thanks to Blender's support of HDR workflows, you can now export HDR videos such as H.265, and various other formats. Nodes and node groups now expose user-defined custom properties right inside the properties editor. Minor changes were made across the modeling workflow, including undo operators, curves, merge by distance, auto merge, hide operator, and more. Normal map node now uses the undisplaced normal and tangent, making cycles and Eevee match perfectly with their maps. If you're enjoying all these free Blender updates, then check out the Blender Dev Fund, where you can help support the development of Blender.
Every time I open
Blender?
my spreadsheet, my
Alright. Let's check out the other one then. Harry Blends. What's new in the geometry nodes? It's 13 minutes long.
The time to say Blender 5.0 is here. So it's also time for me to say, let's take a look at the geometry node updates that make this my new favorite Blender. I've already made a video on socket changes, bundles and closures, but have included them here so everything is available in one place. And we're actually going to start with node sockets because everything will look a bit weird if we don't get our heads around that one first. The shape of geometry node sockets has always been significant, so what did we already know that we maybe didn't know we knew? Well, in Blender 4.5 they work like this. Circle sockets were for single values, diamond sockets were for fields, and a diamond with a dot told us that the input can carry fields but is currently being used with a single value. Because in 4.5 these socket shapes could change depending on what's plugged into them, which is a bit like what happens to my Nan when she watches cable news. These rules have served us really well up until now, but in the time since they were first implemented, understanding of what a symbolic socket system could be has evolved. So, Blender 5.0 is a new dawn. It's an opportunity to simplify this system so it better serves our needs, both now and as a firmer foundation for the features of the future. So first, there's the new vertical bar, a socket monolith. Its stoic rigidity represents an absolute dedication to single values, no ifs, no buts. In contrast, the circle is now the most versatile of sockets, allowing or producing all different kinds of data. The diamond still expects a field or outputs a field, but there's no longer that dotted diamond variant. That's been removed because we can tell the status of a field socket from the noodle plugged into it. We know if it's carrying a field if the noodle is striped, and we know it's currently single if it isn't, or if it's posting Instagram stories at 3 AM. Sockets on nodes simply don't change.
What are these
Their
jokes?
shapes are now a static symbolic representation explicitly expressing what they expect or generate. This precision now allows for new socket shapes, and we'll get to one in a few minutes. But first, there's also been a change to where you'll see sockets, because menus on some nodes now have them. This means that now they can be controlled not only at a higher level, but as part of the
Oh god.
systems that we build. Quite a few nodes have had the socket added, and others will too, though it's not suitable for every node with a menu. Now, wouldn't life be simpler if we only ever had to deal with one noodle? But we don't live in a neat utopia, and the more noodles you have, the harder it is to keep track or stay tidy. Enter the new Combine Bundle node. This, in both geometry nodes and shader nodes, allows us to combine multiple noodles into a bundle.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
a bundle is a single noodle of a new type, the bundle type. This can then weave its way to wherever in the node tree you need it to go. A single neat conduit for all the noodles combined inside. When it gets there, plugging it into a separate bundle node creates a socket for each combined noodle so you can release them. If we want to add a new noodle to the bundle, we can still plug it into the combine node. But now we have added a socket, we need to tell the two nodes which one to sync to the other. So syncing the combine node to the separate node deletes our new instances socket. And if we plug the instances back in, syncing the separate node to the combine node lets the instances node join its friends. And speaking of joining, no, I'm not talking about my Patreon, you can also join bundles into bundles with the join bundle node. And that's bundles, a powerful little paradigm shift of a feature designed to help us keep our lives tidy. But it won't if you just shove it in a drawer and never use it. Next, the viewer node has had a major overhaul. Now we can not only use it to view non-geometry data in the spreadsheet, we can see single values directly.
I think that's actually one thing I haven't looked at. I can quickly open up Blender to see though. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully it does. It was kind of a bit of a, not that big of an issue, but it'd be kind of funny if it didn't. Oh yeah, I also downloaded that add-on that tracks the time that I spend on a specific blend file. So yeah, I'll be able to see how long I spent on making a particular character. All right, let me check to see if I'm actually using Vulkan in the first place. I am. Okay, let's go to, I believe it was, what was it again? I guess it was anything with nodes in it. Texture painting? Is it under texture painting? No. Okay, I can just pull it up, whatever. It does not seem to have fixed it. It's still like a very light gray. How bizarre. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, let's continue.
Directly in the node. I'm demonstrating this with the new string to value node, which does the opposite of its twin sister, value to string. They are adorable together, but if you ever see them holding hands in a hotel corridor, you might want to pedal your tricycle away from them as fast as you can. The viewer node now supports multiple input values, and it does it dynamically. Disconnecting things from the viewer is dynamic too, with the sockets being automatically removed. But Ctrl-Shift-Click still works the same way as it did before. The viewer can now accept bundles, working hand in hand with the spreadsheet to spy on your values. And it's not content with just being all-seeing inside the node editor, because now it will warn you when the geometry node modifier is not being evaluated. Oh, since we've ventured into the modifier, displaying the Manage panel is now optional, and there are more updates from the department of helping you understand what on earth is going on, because attribute text overlays are now significantly easier to read. With text for the corner domain neatly offset in each corner, and text with multiple components now split into separate labeled lines, so they are far more legible. Next, we come to a geometry type that gets a lot of loud love in Blender 5.0, volumes. Working with volumes in geometry nodes has been very limited up until now, but here comes the grid socket. We have a new socket because nodes can now handle a new type of data structure, one that organizes information in volumetric grids. The data that's stored isn't new though. It can be float, or vector, or other primitive data types. What makes it a grid is how it's organized as volumetric data with the industry standard OpenVDB. I'll demonstrate with the new Mesh to Grid node, converting this cube into a density grid and viewing that density with the viewer. To convert this float grid of density values into volume geometry of the same type you'd create outside of geometry nodes, store named grid will let us store it as that volume's density. Now, one of the things that makes this new grid system so powerful is that the values being stored are just primitive data, so they can be modified with standard math nodes, like subtracting the density of this cylinder from the density of the cube.
Interesting.
The arrival of grids in Blender 5.0 means that geometry nodes can now harness volumetric data in almost limitless ways. And these two nodes really are just the wispy tip of a big cloud of new grid nodes. For example, each of these has its counterpart, getting rather than setting, and creating a mesh from a grid. There are also nodes which retrieve useful properties from grid values. Then there's the field to grid node that creates new grids by evaluating fields on an existing grid. There's nodes that adjust the sparseness of grids to allow more control or improve performance. Nodes which retrieve information directly from grids and others that write it to them. Mate, the advect grid node moves voxel values along a velocity field. And there's a whole suite of SDF grid nodes, which will especially be of interest to anyone who just learnt that SDF isn't what their furniture is made of. So yeah, grid nodes. Woof. Next, the gamma node is now available in geometry nodes, and the random value node now produces better large integers at the cost of producing different output values compared to before. Pack UV Islands now has the shape method options of bounding box, convex hull, and exact shape, while the new UV tangent mode gives us access to the tangent vectors on a mesh. It has a fast mode, which is called fast because it computes tangents 4 times faster than the exact mode, which, though not so speedy, is compatible in other parts of Blender. The node requires a UV map on the mesh, and I'm demonstrating what the tangents are by instancing a lot of little arrows on Suzanne's face. Then creating a UV tangent from her UV map so I can use that vector to drive the rotation. So if you still don't understand, at least you'll be hypnotized into thinking that you do. Next, we have additions to the Essentials library, those nodes that aren't actually nodes, but groups that walk among nodes, dreaming of acceptance. There's random rotation that lets you generate a rotation between a min and max zenith. Then there's for groups with the kind of math functions that some people think you need to be able to explain to use geometry nodes. There's now a face corner angle and edge length group. Selection gets some love, with groups that allow us to create a selection box or selection sphere, both with widgets, and a group that selects based on normals. And there's now 4 groups of the kind that ask selective questions, one that inquires as to a UV split status, and the others are all questions that have been uttered at some point by Bono. The 6 node groups that are Blender 5.0's 6 new modifiers are also now essential assets, but I've made a whole video about that, link in the description, so I'm going to concentrate on the 2 operator groups that aren't. Smooth geometry, which smooths geometry in iterations, and displace geometry, which displaces it in substeps. We can add a post-substep process thanks to closures and their nifty new node color. But what is a closure, I hear you ask? Well, this is the closure zone. But it's not the one where your ex gives you your socks back. No, anything that happens in a closure zone is evaluated elsewhere with the evaluate closure node. How does that work? Well, here, passing through this geometry node noodle, we've got some instances. If I connect the closure zone to the evaluate closure node with a new closure noodle, we now get geometry passing through here, which is getting there by passing through here. For a demonstration of anything to be powerful, it needs to be simple. The challenge with demonstrating closures is that they are at their most powerful when things aren't simple. So let's pretend that here we are on the edge of a vast, intricate node tree. This isn't actually part of a vast, intricate node tree, it's just playing one for the purpose of this demonstration. Some like to think of closures as functions, but I don't call something a function unless I'm holding a glass of champagne. I prefer to think of it as non-linear noodling, the ability to insert noodles into the middle of a node tree with whatever they are carrying or hangs on them. And we can pass new noodles through the closure zone via the evaluate closure node by syncing their sci-fi sockets in pretty much the same way as we do with bundles. What makes closures so powerful is that if we put our vast, intricate node tree into a group, a closure zone gives us the ability to still add operations into its belly. Operations that can also live in groups, allowing for the construction of much more flexible, modular systems. This is like how they get different fillings into the same types of donut. But ironically, they had to learn geometry nodes first. So that is it. Blender 5.0. A quick shout out to my Patreons for being quite
Interesting. I'm gonna project using grid for amounts using custom. What's gonna sell after? Hopefully that goes well. I was gonna say, I feel like halfway through the video, I was like, this kind of reminds me of something. Or like, I guess the way the video's like edited and the way he's like, his like speaking voice reminded me of something. And that thing was specifically Little Big Planet, the game, the PlayStation game. That's low-key the vibe that I was getting from the video. But yeah, very interesting, very cool, very nice. All right. I don't know if there's anything else in mind that I would want to show. Right off the bat. Hold on. Let me quickly check. What do I have here? This and that and the other. All right. So yeah, Blender 5.0. We might see it today if, I ran out of things to do in Godot, or just don't want to do anything in particular. Or we'll see it definitely tomorrow. Oh wait, actually, we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll see either tomorrow or next time. It kind of depends. But yeah, we'll definitely see it at some point. I do have it downloaded. I have it downloaded, and I got those. Like I said earlier today, I got those 2 add-ons, which I'm pretty happy about. So yeah, we'll continue with Revi at some point. But anyway, let me put on screen the what's it called? Godot. Hold on. How did I do this again? Did I no, it's not capturable. Or is it capturable? Hold on. No, wait. It doesn't seem to be capturable via Windows capture. Wait, unless maybe do I have it minimized? Oh, I do. Probably why. Alright, hold on. Alright, I can show off the things I implemented last time, specifically with the chat. And then I could also we could also look at why sometimes it doesn't seem to work. And we could look at the things I was working on today, which is the whole like trying to figure out how to get the animations to work. Ow. Let's see. Hold on. I do need to keep some stuff. Oh yeah, let's put some music on. Let's do that. No reason not to. All right. Oh wait, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. Bam. All right. So, let's take a look at the scripts, shall we? Worry about the animation stuff later. What the hell? Oh, sorry. I thought I got a message. Anyway, so yeah, very very basic stuff. So basically, the clear chat functions very simple. I might need to. I like I said before, I need to clean up a lot of the code because I have a lot of hidden code, which is like I guess stuff that I was trying to do, or it's like print print bits, so I could like test out to make sure that things are working the way they're supposed to, and I just kind of keep them there, and I just forget to what's it called, to delete them. And there's a few here that I probably can hide or delete. I'm really bad at that sort of thing. I don't know why. I guess in my head I'm like, maybe in the future I'll end up like reusing this or whatever. But in reality, I'm probably never gonna touch it again. Once it works, I usually lose interest in continuing to like look at it. So yeah, clear chat function. It basically does what the move or the turtle queue function does, which is basically I think I tried to do a while loop, but every time I do a while loop, it crashes, and I understand why it does, because there's like no wait in between each action. Because what is it? When I was implementing this, I think it was like last week or something. So yeah, what it does is it gets the child count, which is usually between 1 and 3, and then it moves the turtle, which I'm basically adding an impulse. Like I said, I could probably do it with an animation, but at the moment I'm doing it with impulses. Maybe once I figure out animations, maybe I'll replace it with an animation instead. But for now, this works. And yeah, but I need to add a wait, which is why the sort of await function is there. Because if I don't, then I can't see it because the game immediately crashes. But I'm pretty sure what happens is that it constantly gets an impulse of 2, which means it flies off the screen or something. And so I need to let it wait and then do another impulse, because if it doesn't wait, then it just keeps on doing it over and over again, and it just sort of flies into the sky. And because there's no like, oh, after like 60 seconds delete yourself sort of thing that the sort of goblins have, they'll just it just crashes it basically. So yeah, but other than that, what else? Oh yeah, let's look at the main thing, which is the whole like changing the sprite box. It's basically this bit here. So the way it works is that when someone types something in the chat, it receives a message, and then it basically like a bunch of this stuff. It receives like a bunch of like these like sprite frame effects, which I believe is like all the like extra little details, or the extra little things that the messages come with. Whether it's like, what's this, like the little, what do they call that? I guess it's not emotes. It's like I don't know what the word is for Twitch, the Twitch word. But it basically like puts those into it, and installs them or whatever. So yeah, basically what that means is that when you type something, let's say you type out the word like hello, that's like, oh wait, I could hear the music through my headphones. That scared me. It's like what, five letters. So when you print out the string, you get like a 5. But because it sort of like adds all these extra things in the beforehand, it actually like is more than 5. I found out that it's like about 14. Especially when I add the font size, because this is okay. The way this works, if this isn't readable, is that it gets the message, it gets the dot length of it, which, you know, is the amount of letters, and I think it also counts spaces as well in the message, plus the added 14, which is this bit here, the font size, and if it's greater than a limit that I put in, which I guess in this case is 196. If it's bigger, then reduce the font size to 12, because I think at the moment the font size is 14, and so, you know, if it's bigger than it, reduce the font size. Like I said before, I only have 3 sort of like if statements for this, so it only goes down to like 8, but for some reason it doesn't work, and I feel like it should work, because what is it, or maybe it does work, but like 8 is not enough, so it doesn't like do it all, I guess, or whatever. I might need to add more to this. It's basically what I'm trying to say. So yeah, you know, if it's bigger than a number or less than or equal to a number, change the font size, and it just keeps on doing that, or keeps on checking if it is bigger. And yeah, the minimum at the moment is 8, but like I said before, the minimum that I would want would be like 0 or something for like an absurdly long message. If it's so big, it just becomes unreadable, and that just is like a way to sort of keep the overlay clean. Because I mean, like, you don't have to be able to read every message on the overlay, because obviously there exists the actual chat on Twitch, but it's just like, I guess, an added bonus for those who don't want to have, because what is it, especially when it comes to mobile, I do know that if you watch streams on Twitch on the mobile device, the chat takes up like a section of the actual screen. Now they do have an option where like the chat is sort of like semi-opaque or whatever, but that kind of makes it harder to read. It's not really the best. And then there's like the no chat option, but you do kind of want to look at the chat sometimes. So having the chat on screen sort of fixes that issue, but you don't have to have every chat message on screen. That's for sure. So I'm okay with messages being reduced to nothing if they're particularly long. But I just need to add to this. Because, yeah, maybe the issue isn't that it's not working, but that the minimum is literally 8. We could probably do that today. I'll think about it, because I do want to work on the animation stuff, and I want to get that working first, because I feel like once I get that working, or once I could figure that out, then I feel like it can, I could do a whole lot more with that than simply fixing this. I could do this like in my free time, or like just randomly. I don't have to do it right now, but it is something that I can do. But yeah, down here you could see the attempt that I tried to do, the attempt that I tried to make with, like, I still don't know why this didn't work. It's kind of frustrating to me that it didn't work. This whole, like, getting the size of the chat box, and then, like, for some reason it would never give me the right number, and I couldn't figure out why, even to this day. The plus 14 is like, I'm taking this into account. The fact that I'm going to be adding the font size. This is about like 14 if you count all the letters, plus like the max font, which, you know, is made to change from like 12 to 10 to 8, all the way down to 0. So I'm just adding it there because obviously at the end it's going to be there. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Does the length matter? It's not rendered as text. Yeah, because what is it? The thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that, you know, as you can see in the overlay, long messages, if they get really long, they start to like cover up what's on the screen. So obviously I want it so that if the message gets too long, it reduces the font. And because it reduces the font, the sort of like overlay box automatically, like, you know, scales downwards with the text. That was like the whole like basic idea. I feel like you asked this question before, Broly. The reason why I don't make it wider is because if I made it wider, then it would start leaking into the other text, or into the other messages. And so yeah, I don't want to make it wider. I could make the turtle smaller, which would give me more room to like make the text wider. That is like a solution. But what is it? If I make the turtle smaller, then I think it would just be better to have more messages on screen instead of 3. At the moment, it is just 3 as a sort of like test. But it would be nice to have at least 5 messages on screen. But all I have to do is really just scale down the turtle and the sort of text box with it. You could get weight of last text box and add offset to the next. Kind of like new array in Blender 5. Get weight. Width. Get width of last text box and an offset to next. Kind of like new array. I could. But yeah, I think it's just better to work with the height. I'd much prefer to work with the height than the width. The width is at the moment pretty perfect. I don't really want to touch that. But that isn't a bad idea. There would have to be like a max to the width, because then obviously like there'd only be like one message on screen if a message proves to be like way too long. But yeah, anyway, hold on. Let me see. Cause yeah, what is it? Yeah, you see the message thing works for stream elements, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work with your messages for some reason. It's kind of funny. I don't know why that's the case. I don't know. And what is it? When I did test it out myself, it did seem to work. I don't know. At first I thought it was like maybe it's because of my name being different, but that wouldn't make any sense because it deals with the length. It doesn't matter the size of anyone's names. Someone's doing what coding? I think you've seen my website. I just said same with CS, so it could work seamlessly. Yeah, where was I? Alright, now the issue is I think I can't really show what I'm looking at. So it'd be kind of hard to explain. Or maybe, actually I can, because I saved it as a, what's it called? I saved it as a resource, or whatever, as a file. So I actually can show it. Okay. So now we're gonna talk about the whole like retargeting thing and like trying to get animations to work. Because what is it? At the moment, I'm probably misunderstanding something, or I just don't know what I'm doing. But I think the main reason is because there isn't a lot of like content or anything about like trying to do what I'm trying to do. Or maybe I'm just not looking at the right spots. Did that work? Let me see. That worked. That's weird. But I feel like you sent a message earlier that was like way bigger than that. Like that message is huge. Maybe I need to bring the number down. But yeah, that worked fine. So how much is this? Let me see. Well, I guess I can't really tell. Wait, no, yeah, I can't tell. We have set it if statement to scale with specific number. What? We have set if statement to scale with specific number rather than making it dynamic with map range. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm getting confused. Sorry. I'm like thinking about something else. You said it. What? You have set if symmetrical with sugar number rather than making it dynamic with map range. Okay, I think I see what you mean. I probably can. But yeah, that's what I was trying to do. At the moment, I'm doing it with the specific numbers because I tried to do it with dynamic, a more like dynamic way, and it didn't work the way I wanted it to. I've had this discussion like twice now about like how it didn't work before. Because what is it? I would get the size of the box, or I try to get the size of the box, and then sort of scale it down that way. But the size of the box that it would give back in the output versus what I would see in the remote were like two completely different numbers, and it didn't make sense to me why that didn't work. And honestly, at this point, I don't want to go back to try to figure that out because it was so like mind-boggling. I have no clue why it wasn't working. I was probably doing something wrong. I don't know. Anyway, so the main thing, what is it? What was it doing? What was it talking about? Yes, retargeting. That's the sort of thing that I'm trying to sort of figure out now. And so what is it? It might also have to do another issue with like the whole like retargeting thing might have to do with the fact that like the way I'm importing everything from like Blender to Godot. I'm using the sort of like built-in Godot import thing that they have, where you could connect a blend file to Godot, and then specific things that you like give it access to will get automatically imported into Godot from the blend file, which sort of works really nicely, because then I could just sort of very easily move things from one to the other without having to sort of mess a lot with the importing process. Divide with number of texts at a limiter so it can't go below X. Divide with number of texts at a limiter so it can't go below X. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. But if a text is like super small, it shouldn't get divided, I believe is what you're trying to say. Anyway, don't worry about the chat right now. Or don't worry about the chat thing. I'm not focusing on that at the moment, and I don't want to. But I appreciate the suggestions, but I'm not going to try to do anything to it at the moment. Maybe in a bit we will, but I'm still trying to figure out this whole like animation stuff first. I'll worry about that stuff later. So what was I saying? As far as finding info goes, I wish doing things has tried before is weird. Yeah, because what is it? I was trying to... The main thing that I was looking up was, what is it? When I import, I can show it here. Well, I guess I can't really, because it opens up like a different window. Or does it? Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I can't really show you guys this. Let me see. Let me see if I could like pull up the other window. 1 second. I don't know if it shows up as an option. Does that work? I don't think this worked. I don't think it did. No, it didn't. Alright, never mind. Let's go back to the old one then. Alright, so anyway, when I try to import from Blender to Godot, I'm looking at the bones for the goblin character that I have. And what is it? If you go to retarget and bone map, you have a couple options. You have a custom skeleton profile, or just like a skeleton profile, but if you click on that, it doesn't have anything in it. And then you have the skeleton profile humanoid. Now, obviously, my goblin character is not a humanoid. He has, what is it? A body bone, a head bone. He has bones for his nose, ears, hands, and feet. So definitely not humanoid at all. Wait, hold on. Wait, this not save. Wait, did I ever actually do this at all? Oh, wait, I feel like I did. Wait, hold on. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to do is, I don't know if the solution is to make my own custom bone map. And sort of like try to retarget with that. But obviously, like, the issue is I don't know the process of making my own custom bone map, because what is it? I try to make it, and I can't really like show it to you guys really what I'm looking at. I can show you like a bit of it, but not exactly what I see, because it doesn't seem to be capturing the sort of import thing. But what is it? I made the bones, and you know, I did the whole like process of like making the bones, telling them like the parents, and sort of like making basically the UI for it, for that entire process. The only bit that I guess I didn't really touch too much was this whole like reference pose thing. I don't know if I'm supposed to do something with that, and maybe that's why it's not working as intended. But yeah, I can show it off here. Hold on. I do have the skeleton profile. It won't show up like it does in the import, but you guys can see what I'm talking about. So yeah, I have the goblin group, and then I have all the bones that belong to the goblin from the body all the way down. It's really annoying how there's like they do like a page sort of system, but all the bones are here. And yeah, but as you can see, I haven't really touched the reference pose. This is the same for all of them, so maybe that's what the issue is. But I don't really know like exactly what this means exactly. And the issue is that, like I said, there isn't any sort of like videos on this, or any sort of like discussion on it. I haven't, at least from what I've seen. I keep on like trying to look stuff up about like custom skeleton, skeletal, whatever. What are they called again? I already forgot. And stuff like that. But no one seems to have done it. Maybe I don't know. And so I don't even know if the way I'm trying to do it is like the correct way or anything. Open a model file. I mean, if I try to open up, I mean, like, well, let me see. Hold on. So yeah, I have this one here. So this is the file that I have for the sort of import. Your target is for devs don't want to know, or don't want to know Blender. You don't need to hear for your case. We'll see. Anyway, what is it? Oh yeah, don't worry about the errors. There's like a shit ton of errors, but it all has to do with the bone stuff. So yeah, what is it? I have a few animations here. Oh wait, whoops. In this animation player. The leg swing one works. Look at that. He's swinging his legs. I still need to add this into the thing. Open your FBX or GLTF scene. This is it right here. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's an FTX. It's a .blend file. Like I said, I'm not doing it the way you would think I would do it. Like I said, Godot has a feature where you could bring Blender into Godot without having to like export it as an FBX or GLTF file. And so maybe there's a bit of a gap between that, because like I don't know how many people are using it that way. But yeah. And so what is it? I also have like an idle animation, which for some reason stopped working. It was working fine earlier today, and I think when I tried to sort of like redo the whole like retargeting stuff, it doesn't work. It stopped working. I feel like I could try to sort of like reopen up this instance. What is it? And select meshes since 3D in that tree. Select Mesh Instance 3D node in that tree. Mesh Instance 3D node. You mean for the animation like this guy? Oops. Skin. Okay, I don't want to look at that. Why am I keep on getting these like weird messages? Change that mesh with goblin model photo. Just change that mesh with goblin model photo. You could also change the runtime on code that's what the game is used. You think so? It's that you think that's that easy? Hmm. Replace it with other model. And go to looking at your blender. Just bring new model with bigger eye and ear. Wait, hold on. Let me open this up. Wait, where am I at? What am I looking at? Alright, hold on. I'm just loading up Blender in the background. Specifically the blend file that I'm using for this Unity. Not Unity one. Unity. I saw you say Unity and I said that. For this Godot file. So yeah, just bring new model with bigger eye and ear. Oh wait, I think I understand what you're trying to say. The issue isn't you gave me these boxes. The issue isn't changing the mesh. Because what is it? I do have it set up so that I like what is it? I can just let's see. This is the animation test, so it'd be this one here. I could just like, and then there's Anna, and then there's the one whatever fucking pumpkin head. What important part is bones count and name. You can use any mesh. Like I already have that set up. I have it set up so that I could swap between different meshes, no problem. The issue is I want them to be able to share animations between like, because what is it? They have the same amount of bones and they have the same bone names. This one who that's like standing and this one that's sitting. I want them to like be able to, I guess, like share animations. Because at the moment they don't. Because it is. Where's this pumpkin one at? What is this pumpkin doing? Is it this guy? It is. Oh, okay. What are you doing back there? Okay. Because what is? If you look at the main scene, this one here. I have this goblin here, which is the, what is it? The one that has like the animation file. And then I have this other goblin back here. But when I play the animation in the animation player, first of all, it doesn't work. I think I broke something. And so it doesn't work. Not even the idle animation. Does the idle animation work? That one doesn't even work either. I don't know what happened there. Wait, no. Okay, that one doesn't work either. I don't know what happened. But if you look at the brand new, the fresh brand new file that I just opened up. When I play an animation in the animation player, let's say like leg swing, only this one swings its legs. And then when I play like walk, only this one walks. So this one's not walking anymore. I don't know what happened there. Just duplicate animation file and place mesh on second V. Duplicate animation file, replace mesh. On second version. Oh, I see. I don't know why this one isn't working. Hold on. It might be the way I imported it. 1 second. Let me try. Because what is it? The one sitting on the stump has my new bone map. Yeah, it does. For some reason, the animation one doesn't have it. Or I think it's using like the old one for some reason. Yeah, well, I mean, I know I could do that. That works fine so far. It's just like moving the animation from like one bone to another armature. I feel like it should work because they're both like the same bones or whatever. Does this work now? It doesn't. Why is that? Oh, no, it does work. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Obviously, it's like really, really fucked. Wait, hold on. Especially the walk. The walk one is fucked. I need to fix that. I think I know why it's fucked, but I just haven't had the time to fix it. But yeah, sadly I can't show you guys the import screen. Because for some reason... Oh, you can't see it still? Wait, hold on, what? Oh, that's what you meant by can't see. Okay, there we go, sorry. My bad. It wasn't capturing it for some reason. But yeah, I can't show you guys the import screen. Okay, now this is working as intended. Hold on. Let's try this. Oh, wait. All right, hold on. Let me try something real quick because I feel like I didn't get this to work before, but I want to see if it actually does work. Cause yeah, what is it? If I change the mesh, it does work. Like the whole like changing mesh thing is like. Oh shit! Wait, does it put that in the wrong spot? Whoops. The whole changing mesh thing is like. Okay, that's why it's giving me an error. Okay. Makes sense. I understand that. Maybe I'm like making this more complicated than it has to be. Hold on. I honestly wouldn't put it past it. I wouldn't put it past it myself making it more complicated. All right, give me one more second. I'm almost done. What happened to his eyes? What the fuck happened to his eyes? Wait, hold on. Huh? Where did his eyes go? Oh wait, let me look at the bones, cause yeah, it might be the issue with that. Okay, hold on. This is actually like kind of working. I see the the skeleton for the ears, the head. Anything that isn't connected to the body, the bones for it got fucked. Okay. What are you saying? I think you're confused by animation part. If you change mesh. Wait, I think you already said that. Or did I already read that? I feel like I did. If you want to change the skeleton, the animation plays on. Don't you just change the root node of the animation player? Yeah, that does work, but I want you see, like, I kind of want what I'm doing right now, even though it like fucked up the skeleton. This the animations that this mesh had are now being played on this mesh. Because the only animation that this mesh had was the leg swing. But this mesh had the idle and the walk animation. So now this mesh is able to do the idle and the walk animation as well. Obviously it's fucked because the bones got fucked. But that's kind of what I was trying to do. Although I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the bones. And I don't even know where to begin to even start fixing that. My poor boy, his eyes. He lost his eyes. I have no clue where they went. Oh, I think they're inside, actually. Like you're making actions in Blender and then you import and change the model in Godot. All your animations be intact. Yeah, that's when I'm like, maybe I'm making this more complicated than it actually has to be, because what is it? I do have the Goblin on its own, so here he is now. Oh yeah, don't look at that. It's spoilers. He has an animation player, and so this is where he could do his like. Is he actually doing them? Okay, this is like the idle animation. Does he do it? He's not doing them. Walk animation. Maybe this guy's fucked as well. Why is everyone fucked? What happened? I don't know. For some reason, he doesn't do the animations anymore. Or maybe... What was it before? Does that fix it? No, it doesn't fix it either. Okay, yeah. I don't know what's up with this guy, actually. He kind of got a bit fucked up. Yeah, now this sort of seemingly works. Let me try to change the root node. Let's try to change it to the animation test one. This guy over here. Does that like change anything? No, it's still him doing the animations. Or do I have to choose specifically the skeleton? Because what is it? This guy has a skeleton. You know, that's not the right one. Yeah, because these both are sharing the same names for the skeletons. It's weird that this one isn't doing anything though. Why not? Anyway, I'm probably making it more complicated than it has to be, because the goal... I don't have character animation, I guess. Let me try to add it, actually. Which one is it? This one. Animation player. Where do I have the animation saved? Hold on. Oh yeah, wait, is this it? No, that isn't it. Where did I put it? I don't think it's under tests. No, I think it's the Twitter thing. Oh, it's under Gobbo Actions. Oh, okay. Hold on. Select animation on top player on top. Yeah. Have it Gobbo Actions. What are you playing though? Okay, I probably like set up this entire thing wrong. Hold on. Me. Oh wait, oops, let's not do that. Oh yeah, I probably didn't do the library correctly. Because none of these animations are working. Hmm. How bizarre. Are skeleton different names? It looks like the animations are. Which maybe that's the issue. Wait, are they? No, they are. Well, I mean for this one, but how about this one? Like that one's fine. But that one's not working for this one. When it should, and it's actually working. Wait, hold on. Whoops. It's working for this one for some reason. I don't know why this animations player is playing this one's animations. It's so strange. Because it is the same name. If you look at the bones are correct. Nose one. The ears are the same. Yeah, what the hell? I don't know. How bizarre. I mean, I know what these ones don't work. But these ones... Alright, hold on. Let me try... I wonder what happens if I delete this. Oh. Yeah, let me try to... How do I do that again? How do I make them unique? Or make them not an instance anymore? I did it before, but I don't remember how to do it. Because, yeah, they are an instance. I think that's just the way Godot does things, that imported files are imported as an instance. Because what is that? I can't delete that. I can't pronounce the current scene. Here it's from. Hold on, maybe I didn't open this up as an instance. What did I do with this? I'm pretty sure it's a new inherited scene. What happens if I open the scene? Ooh. Oh. Oh, then it's asking me to re-import. Okay, no. How did I make things unique in the past? I can make it local from here if I instance it into this scene. I think that's how I did it. I made it local, but that option doesn't exist in this one for some reason as an option. Probably because it's the only thing. Hold on, let me make a new, just like a random node that isn't tied to it. No, it doesn't let me either. Probably because maybe I did open this. What happens if I instantiate? Oh god. Okay, hold on. I instantiated this time. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, this still doesn't work. Alright. Okay, I see. Okay, so I can't do that. Fair enough. I mean, when I import animated models, it creates it in a separate scene. But I don't show icon for you. When I import animated models, it creates it in a separate scene. Alright, so yeah, this scene is local, so it's not instantiated. I think that might give me a bit more freedom, question mark? I don't know. Alright, let me see. What happens if I hit new? Oh, it just makes a new animation. Okay, never mind. Now this one isn't doing it either. After making it local. Hold on. It isn't for this animation player. This animation player has these animations by default. But they don't seem to be doing anything for some reason. Hmm. I don't think that does anything. In timeline thing on top of uncalled animation. Import animations again. Maybe that will fix it. Yeah, I think I have to do that because I think the way I did it before, I imported the animations. Oh, wait, oops. Can I stop this? When the names of the skeletons were like a bit jumbled up from just like making too many what's it called? Too many armatures. All right, before I do that though, I do need to BRB real quick. So, yeah, hold on a second. Oh, BRB. Ooh, I'm back. All right. Oh shit! Oops. My mic is making like random audio. Hold on. All right, seems to be fine now. I don't know what that was all about. But yeah, sorry this is a bit confusing. I'm as confused as you guys are, and probably you guys are probably more confused than I am, since you can't see everything that I see. All right, yeah. So hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I do wanna. Because it might be the way I'm importing it. Because what is it? I can't actually set. I can select the folder where the animations are saved on import. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, but I'm already saving the idle, the leg swing, and the walk. So I think I need to. No, that's fine. Mm, 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 mm. I'm importing it like this is the like I said earlier. This is like maybe an issue that is also making things more difficult, or at least like harder to find an answer to. But when I import it, I'm importing it straight from Did I reattach new animation player? I don't think so, no. Hmm. Yeah, the body and everything attached to the body is fine. Tail direction. Oh, why is this like average or specific child? Tail bone. Oh. Wait, what? Your animation doesn't seem like it's a child of node with opening area icon on top and add. Wait, what? Which one? This one? Yeah, it's the child of the node. Hold on, I'm like trying to figure something else out. Hmm. All right, I'll try to export with the GLTF in a second. Hold on. Um. Alright, didn't do anything. Alright. Alright, I do have Blender opened up in the background. Let me try to export. Alright, I'm gonna try to just import just the goblin with like the walk animation. Or export that. Let's see. And I'm gonna export it straight into this Godot file. Oops, wrong one. God, why aren't you stopping? What the fuck? I can't make it stop. I don't know why it's not stopping. Oh wait, I think I know how. Hold on. Wait, no, I don't. Oh, now it stopped. Weird. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I imported it. Where is it? Oh wait, I put it in a folder so it wouldn't be so hard to find. I think it was in this one. Am I crazy? I don't see it there. Did I not import it correctly? Hold on. Oh. Oh, for some reason I imported all that as well. Whoops. Oh wait, I think I did the import wrong. Hold on. Yeah, I did it wrong. Whoops. I imported I think everything instead of just the selected object. My bad. No, there's multiple walks. It's very odd. Whatever. Alright, so here he is. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know why he's doing that. Okay, yeah, he has his little idol. Oh, that's the goblin chair. Okay, yeah, 'cause I guess it's like a different... It's a bit fucked. Leg swing. Okay. It's doing it. And the walk, which I already know is fucked. And then there's like these other walks, which I don't know why there's like multiple other new ones, but they look like they're the exact same as the other one. How bizarre. The only animation that actually got fixed, I think, was the idol that I ended up fixing. The other ones are kind of fucked. Alright, it looks like this is the way I'm gonna have to do it just to be safe, because what is it? I do have this one, but this one for some reason stopped working, and I don't know why. I feel like it did work at some point, but now it doesn't work anymore. And it might be because it's not the same. Because it is Nozo 1. This is Nozo 1.5. Can I actually rename this? I don't think I can I? Oop. But this has things I could potentially use. All right. Yeah. Basically, what I've sort of come up with is I think I've overcomplicated things a bit too much. Because what is it? Okay, the way my current, like, the way it sort of works at the moment is that I have 2 rigs in my blend file. One of them is for the sitting character, and then the other one's for this one here, which is like deemed as this sort of like animation test, armature. And I feel like I thought about this before, but I think I might have forgot about it. I think I should combine them into just one armature that does both both of the animations. Because at the moment, the way I have to save files, or the way I have to save meshes, is I have to save the normal one, the one where it's just standing, and I have to save a separate version for the one sitting on the stump. Because if I try to sort of like put this one with the mesh of the stump, it gets all like it doesn't hug the armature the way it should do. And the reason for that is because it's 2 different armatures. Hello, how do you say your name? Maybe I can't read. Aria. Hello, how are you? So I think I have to. Oh God, what did I do here? I think I should combine them to make my life a lot easier. Because at the moment, yeah, I do have to like have 2 different separate things, and if I combine them instead, then I won't have to do that. But at the moment, the only reason why there's two separate ones because the animation one's a test, and the only use for it is to throw it across the screen. So yeah, I should retire that. Okay, hold on. Let me write all this down because these are stuff that I'm gonna have to do. I won't do it now. Just because it's like, I don't know. I consider it kind of like busy work that I can do in my free time. What was it again? Replace anim test rig. Or not replace, but combine. Alright. You need to use animation tree to blend between two animations. I think I try. The issue again comes up with the whole like I have two rigs at the moment. Because what is it? As you saw before, I would play one of the animations, which is like the leg swimming animation, and only the character that is sitting down does that animation. And then I play the walking animation, and only this character plays that animation. So if I had an animation tree, which I think I had one here, then the only thing I'd be changing up is like, is this one walking or is this one kicking? Because yeah, are you not importing actions from there? I am, but like I said, at the moment, because I was testing out animations, and maybe that's the issue. That might be like the major issue, because I was testing out animations with like a copy of the rig. I have like two different rigs that I'm importing. The one where like he's sitting on the log, and the one where I'm sort of testing out the animations, and so it's like swapping between the two animations. They don't both have both of the rigs don't share animations basically. But I guess the reason why I wanted the retargeting whole thing to work is so that I could have multiple rigs with different animations in Blender, and all of them can sort of use the same animations while being separate rigs. I think that's the whole reason why I wanted to do the whole like retargeting thing. Just to like make, I guess, my life easier. Where it's like, I kind of want to keep this rig, the sitting rig, and I want to keep this rig, like the animation test rig. And so if I'm able to retarget, then I could have like multiple rigs, but they all produce different animations that they could all use. I think that was like the sort of idea behind it all. But ended up being more trouble than what it's worth. I might still look into the whole like retargeting thing, because it actually started working, surprisingly. I mean, I need to like fix it a bit, but it kind of started doing what I wanted it to do, which is the animations from this guy over here got transferred to this guy. But then for some reason, I can't transfer it back to this guy. Or this guy doesn't do any animations for some reason. I'm not too sure why that is. It's very odd. Maybe, hold on. Let me look at the import again, because maybe it's only importing like the... Maybe only the... what's it called? The one on the stump is the one that has control over the animation. The animation, whatever. What is it called again? Animation player. But you can't really choose. Use this animation tree on an empty file. Yeah, it probably is also the case. This file is a bit messy, and I've been very bad at like cleaning it up, or like making sure that it's actually like, I don't know, viewable. There's a lot, because I've kept stuff that I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll figure out how to make this work. And I think it just makes things like more complicated. That's what you were looking for. I think you got an idea that it's complex from last video, the YouTube video. Wait, hold on. But yeah, starting off at a 1-dimension, 2-dimension animation blend would probably be better. Hold on. Hold on. If this works, I might have figured out how to fix this. Okay, maybe never mind. Oh, wait, I guess this would be the biggest. Hold on. Okay, if this doesn't work, then what is it? Then I don't know. Hold on. Alright, let's see if this works. If this doesn't work the way I think it does, then... Alright. I think I know... I think I know the general direction I need to go to be able to fix these mistakes. Let's see. Oh, it did work! Oh, that's interesting then. Oh, why isn't the nose working? The nose didn't fix itself. The nose is, for some reason, slightly pointing downwards. In a way that I don't know. Okay. Check this video. He's also making a shitting animation system. 212. Okay, yeah. I'll look at that in a moment. So what I'm trying to do is I'm looking. So this is the version of the Godot, the Gobbo, the Goblin, just standing still. And so I'm looking at the rest position, because what is it? If we look at the what's it called? Because I talked about this earlier. If you look at the, where is it? The skeleton profile for the retargeting. I talked about I didn't know what to put in this section, the reference pose. I didn't know where to get the numbers. But then I started using numbers from there, and I put it, where was it? Where's the I? Oh, I think it's the page behind. Oh, I didn't save it. I need to save it. But yeah, I put the, wait, did I save it? No, this isn't right. Is it? Wait, I think it is right, actually. Oh no, it is right. I use the numbers that I got from looking at the bones of this one just standing still, and I put them in here as the reference pose, and it fixes it. So the entire idea of trying to do it with retargeting bones might actually work out, but for some reason the nose doesn't work out. For some reason, I don't know why that's the case. Why the nose is like slightly pointing downwards. I guess I could play around with these numbers to get it right, but Yeah, the eye seems to be working. Hold on. Does that look the same? It's kind of hard to tell. I think so. So I have to do that with all the other boats. But once I have this skeleton profile done correctly, then it should make importing other skeletons that are the goblin skeleton like way, way easier. There's multiple ways I could do this. I don't know which way I'm gonna choose to do it, but I guess I'll let you guys know tomorrow. Let me look at this video though. 212. Oh, you know what? This guy seems familiar. Oh wait, oops. 212. See, he has an animation tree. Animation idle. Run, sit, and jump. Let me put my headphones on. Hold on. Oh, fuck, I hit my forehead. Let's pause the music.
Will slowly transition from our idle or whatever animation has the highest value to that animation. Now let's over to our player script. And instead of referencing our animation player and calling .play, we will reference our animation tree. So I'll control and drag over that. And let's just call it anim tree. Now let's create a few more variables. One will be our run value, which will just be the 0 to 1 value of run. So this is 0, and I've gone ahead and just added in the other values. And remember, we don't need an idle value because if these are all 0, idle will simply pass through all of them. And now we need to actually set these values in the tree. So let's create a new function called update tree. And in here, we'll call anim tree parameters slash, for the first one, it will be run, and then blend amount, and we'll set this to our run value. And if you need to know where this is located in the animation tree underneath the parameters dropdown, you'll see we have jump, run, and sitting, which are named by these blend nodes. And you can see we have a blend amount, which is the same as these. And I've gone ahead and added the two other values. Now we need to have a way to actually determine which value we want to set. So let's create an enumerator, which will just set to be idle, run, sit, and jump. And we'll also have a current animation variable, which will be set to idle. And finally, one more variable. It will be our blend speed. Let's set this to 15. Let's create a new function called handle animations. We're going to pass in delta, as we will need to multiply the blend speed by delta in order to interpolate through the animation values. Let's create a switch statement through current animation. The first case will be idle. If it is idle, we will set our run value to lerp f, since this is a float, run value down to 0, and then blend speed times delta. And since all zeros means that we can have idle pass through, we want to do this for all the values. So now we have all the values go down to 0. For running, we want to set the run value to 1 and remain these other values at 0. Then for sitting, we want to copy these values and set sit to 1. And then obviously set jump to 1 as well. And now let's create a new physics process function. And we'll just call handle animations, pass in delta. And now whenever we want to switch to a different animation, we can simply type current anim gets, let's say, run. And now when we call this function, which is every single frame, we will transition to run. So for a quick example, if I have a direction that I'm going to be running, however, if I am standing still, I'm calling the idle animation. And we can see that here. If I move, I run, and if I stop, I transition back to idle. Very smoothly. Anyways, guys, I hope you found this story helpful. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them down below, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Merci, okay. Oof. All right, sorry about that. That does seem useful. I haven't gotten to that point yet because I'm still I'm still trying to make the animations work um, by themselves. But I think I figured out how to fix it now. We'll see. I'll work on this. And I'll let you guys know how it goes either tomorrow, if I am able to stream tomorrow, or on Friday. And I'll let you guys know how it's going. So yeah, thank you so much for your help, everyone, trying to to decipher whatever the hell I'm doing. Um, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the suggestions as well. Um, it's all helpful. And we'll get there. I'll get there. I'm not even trying to do that like complicated of like a thing. I just want the goblins to sort of like fuck around in the background. I want them to do different things. One suggestion that or one sort of thing that I want them to do is I just want them to walk around, stop, walk around some more. Maybe if there's more goblins, they'll stop to talk to each other. Maybe if they're right next to the water, they'll like fish. Maybe in the winter update, if they're next to like a pile of snow, they'll start throwing snowballs randomly. That's kind of like the idea that I had, was just like have them do just like random stuff in the background. And I obviously need them to animate to be able to do some of these things. So yeah. Anyway, it is 7, or it's about to be 7 in like a little bit. So we're gonna swap over to Terraria. But yeah, this is good though. It was good it's good to stream this entire bit because then I'm able to come up with more ideas and work through these issues with other people giving suggestions and trying to help a bit. And it's cool to show it off the entire process. We'll see if we get this figured out by December 1st, because that's when I want to update the overlay to the winter one. But yeah, I do like the suggestion you gave me, Broly, with the environment. I'll take a look at that video, and hopefully he has some like videos on how to do the shader, or I could like try to figure it out. Because I do like the way this grass looks and this environment looks. It's really nice. Oh wait, oops. The music is playing. It looks very pleasing, aesthetically pleasing. I like it a lot. And I think it goes well. You just need to make one model scene, duplicate it on scene, control animation with export, and you give each character clones separate animations while having same code. Yeah. That's what I need to fix, because I do have a scene with just the character by itself. It's this one here, but I think it broke. It no longer is able to do any of the animations I'm telling it to do for whatever reason. So I need to like redo this one so that it's not broken. But yeah, you can kind of see what I've been doing a little bit. I didn't really talk about it too much, but I do have a nav mesh in the scene, and what is it? I was using this little like pill, and what is it? This guy's moves to this pill, because then that's supposed to like, I don't know. I was testing something out with the whole like navigation stuff. I didn't even get to that because I need to like make him so that he actually turns towards where he's walking, and also he animates himself walking. He also moves a bit too quickly. I need to also slow that down a bit. Yeah, the capsule. I forgot the name. But yeah, this does work, but he just kind of like runs into it and then does nothing, and then he kind of like glitches on it. And I think sometimes he falls through the world because he just keeps on running into it. But yeah. I think he's in the background right now in the overlay. You could see him in the background. Yeah, there he is. Lol. He just doesn't move because there's no capsule. I have it hidden in the exported version. So he's just standing there behind me. So yeah, thank you for your help. I'll try to absorb all this and work on it more after today's stream. Because what is it? I don't want to work on it till tomorrow. Or I mean, I am gonna work on it tomorrow, but I don't want to wait until tomorrow because I feel like I'll forget everything that I just worked on just now. Um, I don't even think I'm gonna close out of Godot. I might just have it running in the background. Um, I'll save this though. All right, let us move on then to Terraria. A bit of a wind down. Um, I do want to close out of all this stuff though. Let me save some of these videos. Let me save this shaders video. And let me save the video with the animation blend tree. I never asked how big is your overlay package size? Package size. I exported the overlay as a .exe. But I don't think I don't know if that's what you're referring to. The exe size at the moment is 186 megabytes. I don't know how good or bad that sizing is. I have nothing to compare it to. So I don't know. Yeah. Right now it's just about making it work, and then later on I could work on making it a bit more optimal. I do remember checking out the thing you suggested where you can in Godot um see like which areas are like slowing it down, slowing the game down. Although it's been a minute since I've checked that. TBH. And my code is a bit messy. There's probably ways for me to simplify it as well. Anyway, I'm loading up Terraria now. I'll put it up on screen once it's finished loading. Let me also change the category. Terraria. Yeah, the profiler, that's what it's called. Sorry, I forgot the name. It's been a minute since I've used the profiler to look at the oh shit. Oh. Look at the overlay. Mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm. back. We're so back. Alright, what was the last thing we did in Terraria? We beat Plantera. We beat the Golem. And so now we're prepping for... We could do Duke Fishton. That's like... He's kind of like a side boss. But sometimes he drops pretty good stuff. So he wouldn't be a bad guy to do. And then we also have to prepare for the next boss. Oh god. But it's been a minute since I've looked at what we need to do after Golem. So I need to refresh myself with that. But yeah, next time though, we'll be back with Revi. Continuing with the gun. I was supposed to continue yesterday, but like I said, I ended up spending time outside of stream. It's fine. Anyway, where were we? Let me open up what I got. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm starting to remember now. I think, like, a few of, like, the best weapons I could get are, like, locked behind events that we have to do. Hold on. Yeah, let me see if that's still a requirement. Hold on. Because the other events I need to do the... Wait, what is this? Oh, never mind. There's a couple other events I need to do. Stream? Oh, wait, what? It's not being captured. Whoops. There we go. Also, yeah, what was I gonna say? Last week, I was able to stream for very late. That was kind of like a special thing. Um, Specifically for last week. This week, from here on out, I won't be able to stream for as late as I was able to last week. So do be aware of that. All right, so I kind of want to prepare our base. Or I kind of want to make it so that, like, because what is it? When events happen, we kind of just have to fight, and it gets very hard. It'd be nice to, like, sort of prepare our base so that we kind of dodge a lot of, like, the enemies that come out. All of the, like, the swarm events get pretty hard. But yeah, one of the events that I need to do is called the Martian Madness event, which only happens if I have idea. Oh, what's your idea? Oh, let me put my headphones on. Hmm. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Although the issue is that some events like require there to be outside. Like there's like flying enemies. Although maybe they might still spawn in. I'm not too sure. Oh shit, there's a blood moon. But one thing that we can do is we could take the traps from the golem and bring them back and use them for our defense. Because what is it? Those like traps that drop those like spike balls were very, very hard. They hit very, very hard. We could use them as a bit of a defense. But yeah, at this point in the game, I don't need a fish during a blood moon like I used to. At least I don't think. Yeah, no. You know what I need to do actually? I need to make the... Shit, whoops. I need to add more floors to our tower. Because I think we're missing a few villagers. Although I might make it out of stone because we have a lot more stone than we have wood. Wood's kind of annoying to get. See, we must have some tables and chairs that we got. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got the lizard chairs. But yeah, I think we both need the Martian Madness event. Because I think they drop good loot. For all classes. Alright, I don't know if 2 more houses are enough, but we'll see. Like 2 more floors. Mm-mm. What? Crazy. Can't catch a break. What the fuck? Mothron? Fuck. I was trying to craft something. I dropped 2 platanium, bro. I don't even know where I got that much money. I got the broken sword, which is what I needed. I kind of forgot I needed this to upgrade my sword again. Oh, I died still. Shit. I think he drops a couple other stuff. I forgot what he drops. But that's definitely one of the things that I needed for him to drop. But yeah, hopefully another one spawns in. But what is it? Why is it blinking? Why am I being flashbanged? Actually pretty peaceful up here. As long as you could get up. Oh, I say as I get assaulted. Oh, there's another one. Mothron. Another broken hero sword. Who's that guy? Nailhead. Oh, he dropped the nail gun. What the fuck? Another one. The Eye of Cthulhu. damn, 200 damage. That's crazy. The nail gun also looks pretty cool. Oh, shit. Okay, you're good. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, damn. The damage on this isn't bad either. Why the fuck is there so many, like... I don't know. It kind of feels unfair with, like, how many... Oh, God. How many, like, melee weapons I've gotten from this one event. I got the Broken Hero Sword, so I was able to upgrade to the Terror Blade. I got this chainsaw, which seems to do, like, alright. The range on it isn't that great, and it also works as a... What's it called? Oh, shit, I died. It also works as a axe. And then I also got the Eye of Cthulhu, which is a yo-yo, which does, like, 200 damage. Like... This event is very, like, melee-focused, it feels like. Then again, maybe I don't know, like, what else could drop from this event. But at the moment, it feels very, like, melee-focused. Which doesn't feel very fair. Maybe you have to fish. Could you imagine you have to fish in this event? I feel like that'd be hell. I think I'd rather do anything else than fish during one of these events. Ouch. But yeah, after the eclipse is done, I'll try to... What is it? We need to do the Martian Madness event. Oh shit, there's another Mothron. Which I believe is triggered by just going up to space and, like, finding a probe to start it. But then there's also the other event that I need to do, which I believe is the Tower Defense event. With the Tavern Keeper. I need to get to the end of that event to kill the boss. Wait, did he even drop anything? Oh shit. And then that boss drops, like, a really good weapon, a good melee weapon for me. Oh yeah, I don't think he dropped anything there. I guess I got pretty lucky the first couple of times, because what is it? He dropped 2 Broken Hero Swords back to back. But he didn't drop anything there that time. I kind of want to look into the tower defense mode. Because I think I tried it once back when I played this game. And I didn't understand it. I don't think I liked it. But I think it's because I was trying to play by the rules and, like, only use summons. Because what is it? The guy sells summons to use for the event. But technically I could set up my own traps. Like I just mentioned. If you go get the spiked ball trap from the Golem Temple, we could probably use that. Because it's really, really strong and effective. I don't know how it works, so I'll read up on it in a second once I'm done surviving this event. There's another Mothron. They dropped another Eye of Cthulhu. That's not too bad. I'm playing Toxic Flask. Why is Nailhead so tanky? What the hell? Okay, I think it's over. What is this? Oh, it's a magic weapon. It's only 55 damage though. Unpleasant Toxic Flask. Very slow average knockback. Oh, but I think it leaves a cloud of dust behind for a bit. And it hits very quickly. Hold on. This might not be that bad, actually. Oh yeah, actually this isn't that bad. This is actually pretty good. I'll save that for Broly then. All right, let's take a look at how to do this so I could prepare for it today, and maybe we could do it another day. If preparation takes too long. Okay, it's called the Old Ones Army event. So the Old Ones Army event is a unique Dungeon Defenders 2 crossover event. It can be triggered by placing the Eternia Crystal on an Eternia Crystal stand. Waves of enemies begin spawning from portals on both sides of the crystal, seeking to destroy it. The objective is to protect the Eternia Crystal until all waves are cleared. If the crystal is destroyed, the event automatically ends. There are 3 different versions or tiers of the event. After defeating the Eater World or Brain of Cthulhu, the Old One's army is unlocked in its first tier with an initial maximum of 5 waves. After the mechanical bosses, you could do 7. And after the golem, you could do what? The event reaches its third final tier of difficulty with the full range of enemies and mini bosses present in some way during the 7 waves. Killing later waves rewards the player with Defender medals, a unique currency that can be used to purchase special weapons armor and Defender's Forge from the Tavern Keeper's NPC. This gear is specifically suited for the event due to its exponential level of difficulty, and any strong equipment is unlocked with each progressive tier. Not only are its enemies extraordinarily resistant, but also employs numerous anti-cheat / exploit mechanics, such as preventing the player from placing or removing blocks or liquids for the event's duration. To initiate the Old One's army event, put the crystal on the center purchased. Tavern Keeper must be found randomly in the world. Okay. Summoning this event has some unique requirements for the terrain around the summoning area. If not fulfilled, the Eternia Crystal cannot be placed successfully, and a status message appears informing the player that the surface is inadequate. A minimum clearing of 60 blocks or 60 tiles horizontally is required on each side of the Eternia Crystal stand, measuring from center of the stand. The enemy portals will spawn further away if given space, however, up to 120 tiles away from the center of the stand on each side. A minimum clearing of 10 tiles vertically is required, i.e. between the floor and the ceiling, if there is one. Additionally, tiles above the floor may not be immediately next to the Eternia's crystal stand. The floor may not have holes wider than 1 block. Interesting. Okay, I wonder if there's any tips. Alright, anti-cheat mechanics. The creative shock debuff prevents placing or mining blocks during the event. It also prevents using buckets to spill or collect any liquids. All blocks cannot be used. Blocks cannot be used to completely prevent enemies from advancing. Once enemies are able to enter a ghostly state when they can move through blocks. They initially spawn in this state, then re-enter it whenever there is no clear path between them and the player. For example, if the player enters a tunnel below the arena, enemies will fall through the blocks to enter the tunnel. Event enemies are not affected by teleporters. Event enemies take no damage from lava, rendering it useless during the event. Honey does not slow enemies. Traps. While traps will damage event enemies normally, they are less effective than sentries. Traps conditionally make sentries less effective since trap attacks cause invincibility frames in the enemies they hit, while sentries do not. Things that are still possible. The actuators be used to terraform the area of the event that started. Keep in mind the walls can result in the enemies simply moving through. Dropping them below the crystal will cause them to float up to it. Sand gun, banana bomb, somebody mine launcher. Conveyor belts. Oh, you can use mine tracks. Okay. All right. During the event, players can combine two different kinds of sentries with different limits. Regular sentries work as normal. Hmm. All right. So it seems like there's like a lot of prep for this event because you need what is it? You need about 100 tiles, 120 tiles on each side. Or not 120, 120 in total, but like 60 on each side. I might continue clearing out this the sand here, making this flat like I was, and I could use this area for chance. But yeah, the interesting about it is it kind of sounds like it's its own like little game where you have to use the event specific equipment and summons in order to beat it, because otherwise it's going to be difficult. You can't just like cheese it. You can use traps, but you can't use lava. You're very limited on what you can and can't use. I might just build like I might not build like any preparation. I might just like flatten this area out a little bit, and I might try it to see how hard it is. Because it is you do have to. It sounds like you do have to farm it a little bit. You have to like get more coins by playing the event in order to get like better equipment, so you could do better in the other tiers of the event. Very, very, very strange way to do it. Very odd event. We'll see. If it's like too much trouble, then I'll just like won't worry about it. Because what is it when? I don't think it's a requirement for me to get the sword that the event. Because we have to do the literally like the hardest tier in order to get the sword that I need. Because it's dropped by like the final boss of the third tier. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like the Terror Blade should be pretty good. I'm pretty sure this pierces and it doesn't like stop. Might be wrong about that though. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does pierce. It'll help with the whole like doing damage portion of the entire bit. Let me empty out my inventory. Oh yeah, we could put what is it? It does allow us to put tracks down, so we could probably use lances, because lances get stronger. the faster you're moving. So that might just be a good, like, a good way to just kill a bunch of dudes. Oh, that's where the wood is. Oh yeah, let's check out the traveling merchant. Bedazzling nectar summons a pet butterfly. Sake. Minor improvements to melee stats and lowered defense. Purple cement mixer. Birdie rattle summons a baby harpy. Extendo grip. Hunter cloak. Alright. Not that interesting. Alright, oh, but I think the guy died. The guy who summons it. I need to wait for him to spawn in again. In order to be even be able to try it, sadly. I thought that was him for a second. That was not, it's not him. Alright, I could go to space to see if I could try to spark the Martian event while I wait. Or I could also go to the mushroom biome to try to find that truffle that we could spawn in Duke Fishton. I think it's random, question mark. If it spawns in, or maybe it has to be like in specific spots of the world. I'm not too sure. TBH. Yeah, I think in terms of equipment, I think I can't really replace anything else. Because what is it? I was gonna replace something with the Celestial Stone, which gives me increased damage, melee speed, critical strike chance, life regeneration, defense, mining speed, and minion knockback, which seems like, you know, that's a lot. That's a lot of things that it gives you. It almost seems like I have to equip it. But what is it? The fist gives me 12% melee damage. The warrior's emblem gives me 15% melee damage. And then the mechanical glove gives me another 12% melee damage. And this doesn't tell me specifically how much more melee. It just says minor increase to damage. And then what is it? The other things. I have the boots, which I can technically upgrade, but I need to find lava striders. And there's only two ways to do that. I could either look for chests down where lava starts to spawn, or I could go fishing in lava. And last time I tried to go fishing in lava, it took forever to catch anything. So I don't know if I actually want to like commit to try to find these lava striders. And the only thing that it will allow me to do getting the lava striders, it will only allow me to like walk on lava and survive in lava for like 7 seconds, and that's it. And like maybe at the beginning of the game that would have been like a good thing to have when we were getting like Hellstone, but by the time by this point of the game, you kind of don't need that sort of buff anymore. So it doesn't really give me anything else, unless maybe it does like upgrade your movement speed. If that is, oh, we got a cyborg. What the fuck? What does a cyborg do? FPV goggles. I was worried to see through their drone camera. What the fuck? There's a drone? Oh shit, there is. What the fuck? Nanites. It's a material. Proximity mine launcher. Now that actually sounds pretty good for like a tower defense sort of thing. Mines deal triple damage when armed. And a rocket, and also dry rocket. I'm gonna buy it. I want to see what it does. What kind of ammo does it need? Or does it not need ammo? No, it does. I assume it needs like rocket ammo. Yeah. Did I throw it down correctly? I don't know if I did. It did, okay. Perfect. Okay, so we need rocket ammo. Rocket ammo is not that expensive. That's cool, though. I guess, yeah, we could use this for that event. Which, I'm still waiting for the guy to spawn in. I might need to build another floor, though, because he might get replaced by someone else. I do have the materials to build another floor, so I'm just gonna go and do it. But yeah, hopefully he spawns in, because I do want to try the event at least once before the end of the stream today. Because like I said, last week I was able to stream for like a lot longer than usual. The witch doctor spawned in. I think we're out of room. Oh no, there's still there's still a house that no one's gone in yet. What was I gonna say? Yeah, last week I was able to stream for much longer. This week though, or I guess not this week, but from here on out, we're gonna go back to the regular schedule. But yeah, the benefit obviously was that we got to do a lot more Terraria. But what is it? It's fine. We just have to wait until the weekends to do the long playthroughs. Now what is it? We are reaching towards the end of the game, so this kind of can be like it's a wind down. Less time spent on it. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Oh shit! I put all my rockets into a chest somewhere. Hmm. Where are the rockets? Some in there. That's only 50. I bought like 400. Where did the other ones go? Oh, here they are. The stylist. Wait, who joined again? The witch doctor and the stylist. And the traveling merchant left. Okay. Are you the stylist? I think you are. Where's the witch doctor? I haven't actually checked to see if these people have like updated their inventory since we beat the. This guy didn't. That's for sure. Yeah, apparently there's two more. There's two more houses that haven't been filled yet. So we'll see. Hopefully he comes back. I mean, he should. But, you know, it might take a bit longer than I would like. But yeah, there's a lot of things I actually forgot to talk about today. I was a bit disoriented today. Um, because I was too busy, I guess, thinking about Godot, Godot, that I kind of forgot to talk about a few things like I guess I could talk about them more in depth tomorrow, but I'll bring them up briefly today. Um, so obviously we talked about Blender 5.0, which we'll check out either tomorrow or oh, I didn't make doors. Whoops. Tomorrow or Friday. I'm able to stream tomorrow. I'll see if I can. Um, yeah, that's pretty exciting. Excited to see. I mean, not much is probably gonna change because, like I said, I don't really use a lot of the features that got added. But features are good. So you know, it's good to see new things being added. But yeah, we'll see that. A few other things. Number one, I don't know. What's that game called again? Hightail? I think that's what it's called. That apparently like is being saved or whatever. It was kind of like a bit 50-50 on whether or not it was actually going to like come out, especially since like Riot decided to like cancel it. So it didn't seem like it was gonna happen. I don't know how I feel about it. Obviously we played like Everwind recently during the demo period. Um that game was pretty good. But I haven't seen any like sort of gameplay about Hightail. All I've heard is like people being super hyped for it. But like I guess I don't really understand the hype. Or I don't really see the hype because I haven't really looked at it or haven't really like followed it too much. Um so that's going on. And then there's also the Game Awards, which release their like nominees or whatever. Which I kinda wanted to talk about. Look through the categories and the games nominated and just talk about who I think is going to win and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll be able to do that tomorrow or next time, whichever comes first. Methinks. And yeah, what is it? We also played Soulframe during the weekend, which Soulframe will make a return on this stream for as long as I feel like it. Cause yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad game. I think they're having an update to the game in like. Oh, sure. Trying to put torches down, but I throwing glow sticks for some reason. I think it's having an update in like a few days or maybe a week. I don't think the update's gonna add too much new stuff. I know it's like mainly adding like the founders pack or whatever. You could like pay for certain benefits. Most of it is it's not like I don't think it's pay to win or anything like that, because at the end of the day you can get this stuff by just playing the game. But I think it won't be like immediately. They might add it like later. Because what is it? I'm pretty sure they don't want to like put FOMO into the game or make it so that people have to buy it. But I don't know. I'll keep an eye on that. And then lastly, Aska. I'm still playing it on and off again. I'm currently in the winter time, trying to survive that, because what is it? My goal after the winter time is to go on expeditions. But obviously I can't really do that during the winter because I don't want my villagers to freeze to death. And it just what is it? Winter is very restrictive. But everyone has clothing. So it shouldn't be too bad. I'm waiting for this guy to spawn in. Sorry, I'm not like really doing anything. Let's see if there's any Martians. Maybe we could do the Martian event. But yeah, it's going good. We'll come back to it. Depending on when we finish Terraria, we might play that instead for a bit while we wait for December to come along. Because it is it. We're probably because the goal for December is we're probably gonna I'm probably going to be a part of the Jingle Jam thing again, like I was last year. Because why not? You know, it's fine. It's fun. And then we'll play if any of the games in the sort of bundle that they release, the collection, are any good. We'll play them on stream. But if not, then I don't know. We'll figure something out. There's plenty of really good survival crafting games still out there to play and try out. I don't know why. I've been leaning towards getting V-Rising. Just because, like, what is it? I did talk about this a bit during the weekend. How I, like, gravitate towards crafting survival games that have, like, a bit of a a bit of a boss rush mechanic to them. Where you have to, like, go from boss to boss and unlock, like, new things to beat the next boss and stuff like that. I do prefer that. And what I remember from playing V-Rising briefly during, like, a free weekend was that it did have that sort of gameplay loop where you had to go kill bosses and you unlock like new abilities and then you could use those abilities to go kill other bosses and stuff like that. But I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, maybe there'll be like a Black Friday sale. If not a Black Friday sale, then I'm fine waiting for like a Christmas sale or something, the winter sale, because the winter sale is when the deals get hot. That's when games start to get super low for the winter time, and at that point we could probably pick up a few different games. Yeah, but I also want to look ahead in terms of what's coming next year. Because what is it? Subnautica 2 is supposed to come out next year, but I feel like the development on that game is like a bit wonky or a bit like unknown. So I don't know. There's like a few other games that I played the demos of, which I'm also excited for the full release to come out. and a few of them come out next year. So I'll keep my peepers peeled on that. And then of course, Deadlock. As I said before, if they add that little like gremlin character that they think of adding from the leaks, then I might come back to it and actually give it a go. I don't know though. This guy is not spawning. I think I might just call it a day for today. 'Cause yeah, I don't know. The only thing is, we're at a point of the game now where I have like basically the end game content until we beat like the second to last boss, which spawns like the pillars. Once the pillars start spawning in, I'll be able to like make more armor and maybe better weapons. But before then, I only have like the only weapons I can get are from these events. And what is it? The guy died. I should probably put him like in a higher area so he doesn't so I don't have to worry about him dying. And then the Martian event doesn't seem to be spawning in. Maybe it's like in different areas of the map and it's just not spawning in the center. We might need to make a rail all the way up here to the left and right to hopefully wait, no, this is the sun. To hopefully spot this Martian dude. Martian probe. But yeah, we'll try that tomorrow. Cause what else? Let me see. I've been looking mostly at myself, but let me actually take a look at what kind of things the mage can get, or what kind of things we should get for the mage class. So yeah, it says here that for the mage, you should get the Spectre armor, which reduces magic damage by 40% and converts it into healing force. Magical damage done to enemies heals the player with the lowest health. Magic damage done to all done will hurt extra nearby enemies. Well, I guess it depends on like which hood you want to get, or like which helmet. That's pretty interesting. Oh, use the ectoplasm. That's how you do it. Cause what is it? I have my armor already. But yeah, let's see what we need. The blizzard staff is a weapon dropped by the Ice Queen during the Frost Moon event. Another event that we need. Oh God. That's 3 different events that we need to do for both of us to get like the weapons that we want, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, the bubble gun, which is dropped by Duke Fishton, which actually we should also do that as well. The Stella Tune, which is dropped by the Empress of Light. Why is it telling us to get an Empress of Light weapon? I thought Empress of Light was like end game. Like after Moonlord. Or am I crazy? Is Empress of Light post Plantera? How do you even summon her? While she can be fought as soon as Plantera is defeated, she is significantly more difficult than most hard mode bosses, and will typically require post-golem gear. The Empress of Light is optional. It is not required for game progression, but her weapons can be greatly beneficial to players, provided they are skilled enough to take her on. The Empress of Light is summoned by killing a prismatic lacewing at any time. Prismatic lacewings spawn in the hollow on the surface between 7:30 p.m. and midnight. Once Plantera has been defeated, they can be caught with a bug net, then released elsewhere and killed by the player. If released outside of the hollow, a prismatic lacewing will disappear almost immediately. The Empress of Light does not Require any boss to be defeated prior, meaning she could be summoned earlier than her intended stage of progression. Interesting. Maybe we could try fighting her then. She drops a weapon that apparently is pretty good for the mage build. And then what else? The Razor Spine, which is dropped by the Ever Scream during the Frost Moon event. Okay, so the Frost Moon event has 2 really good weapons. Then what is it? Laser Minigun is dropped by the Martian event. Oh no. Charged Laser Cannon, which I believe is also dropped by the Martian event. Betsy's Wrath, which is dropped by the old ones event. Nightglow, I don't know what that one is. Razor Blade Typhoon. Oh, that's dropped by the Duke Fishton. Okay. Duke Fishton seems pretty good. But yeah, he needs Spectre ammo. What? Spectre armor. And then everything else seems like fine. Oh, he finally spawned in. Where is he? The Tavern Keeper. Oh, damn. He unlocked the whole armor set. What the fuck? Only got a golfer. Oh, yeah, so we need the ethereal crystal stand. We need a crystal to put it on. And then... let's see. There's a few different sets we could get. There's Squire's set, which increases melee damage. Then there's the Apprentice set. Isn't this better Valhalla set? Increases your max sentries by 2 and increases sentry and melee damage by 10%. Percent melee damage, critical strike chance. 50 medals though. I guess you have to like use the little ones. Alright, I guess let's try to do this. I don't have you need to actually play the event to get the defender medals to actually be able to like buy the other stuff. The only thing you could buy with gold is the stand and crystal. Let's try to do it. Let's try to do like the first tier and see how far I go. Let's see how far I get. Rejects this area and pops away instantly. The Tyrant mentioned it should be just a large, flat, open area. I guess it isn't flat enough towards the left side. Alright, let me cover this hole. Do I have anything to cover it up with? Cactus? I'm surprised cactus doesn't hurt your feet. Is it 60 blocks? I don't know how big 60 blocks is, TBH. This might be fine. Yes, it is. Oh, you can't actually select which tier. First wave. Maybe it automatically spawns in the 3rd tier. Oh, the geologist. I'm not doing bad damage against them. Ouch. Youch. Oh shit, they can still damage it. You do get this mana, which I think you could only use it to summon. And I think it goes away after the event goes over. Is over, I mean. I think there's seven waves. I guess the good thing is if we do this in multiplayer, we could each take a wave. Or we could each take a side. And defend it. What is it? You could shoot a rainbow. Create a cross. That'd be pretty good. Oh god, they got bombers, dude. Oh shit. Okay, luckily... Oh god, I'm about to die. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, let's say, luckily the crystal seems to have a lot of health. How many of those bombs can I have out and about? I'm not too sure. Ouch. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Okay, that crystal's gonna die for sure. Okay, so this was without any preparation. Yeah, it's definitely gonna die. I probably won't even make it back. Alright, and that was it. And I think I get some... Do I get some defender medals from that attempt? Or do I have to actually, like, beat it? Let's see. I don't think I got anything. Maybe you do have to beat it. Let's talk to the tavern keeper, see what he says. Maybe... Yeah, I don't have anything on me. Yeah, oh, no, I did. I got 10. I don't know where that came from. But I managed to get 10 medals. Which, I don't know which sentries are good. Oh, these are like common, epic, and legendary. Oh, so they're upgrades. Explosive traps, ballistas, flame burst. These two are sentries. Or actually, these are all sentries. A trap that explodes when enemies come near. Costs 10 Ethereum metal per use while defending a crystal. Cannot be used when Ethereum mana into the crystal has been defeated. Lightning aura. An aura that repeatedly zaps enemies that go inside. Aura damage penetrates enemy defenses. Hits quickly at the expense of 50% tag damage. Costs 10 Ethereum mana. And then you have the ballista, which shoots piercing bolts, and the flame bursts, which shoots exploding fireballs. Alright. I think that's about it for today. So yeah. Honestly... I'll have to see how the Godot stuff goes. I think I'm figuring out the, like, whole retargeting thing, but I also might not have to like worry about that if I fix up the way I have it in Blender. 'Cause maybe that's the big issue. Because what is it? If I have one rig with all the animations in it, then I won't have to worry about retargeting. Because that rig will have all the animations. But I am figuring out retargeting, which would allow me to have multiple rigs in case I want to like. I don't know. I feel like having it all in one rig could be a bit messy. Or maybe it's simple to have it that way. I don't know. I went through all this trouble to get the retargeting to work. It'd be nice to sort of use it. Or maybe that's like, what is it? Sunk cost fallacy or whatever it's called. It's interesting that I couldn't find anything about custom rigs or custom skeleton profiles. And I figured out, I feel like I figured out how it works, although I haven't tested it out yet. I was thinking about that. If I figured out how to make it work, I might consider, like, I don't know, making a video about it. I've never made a video though, so I don't even know how that would even go. But I'm considering maybe, like, I don't know, showing it off. Because what if there seems to be no resources about it? So what if, like, this could help someone for whatever reason? I'll think about it. I do need to make a YouTube channel. I have, like, my VOD channel, but I don't have, like, an actual, like, main channel, I guess. Because what is it? The goal, I guess, with that one would be to actual post, like, tutorials or stuff like that in the future. But I guess I do need to, like, learn how to video edit. And I guess making tutorials is, like random tutorials would be a good start for that sort of thing. Anyway, I don't know. We'll see. First things first, I need to figure out what way I want to go. Because I could go the way of just restarting the Blender. Or, like, remaking the way I'm doing it in Blender. And getting that fixed. I mean, I do have to fix a few things with that regardless, but getting that fixed, or getting the retargeting fixed and going that direction. I don't know which way is better or which way I'm going to go. I need to think about it. But anyway, I'll do that. I'll stream. So you guys don't have to hear me do it. But yeah, this is pretty good. We'll be back with more Revy. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll be back with more Terraria tomorrow or Friday. And then on the weekend, we'll play more Terraria, of course. So yeah, that's about it for today. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for watching. Have a good rest of your evening, rest of your day. And I'm gonna go now. So see you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Bye.